Going on, everybody? How you doing? How's everything today, guys? Sorry for being a little bit late. My whole morning routine got shifted like an hour because I slept through my alarms. That's not great. That's not great. It's not great. I didn't Yeah, I'm all over the place. I'm all over the
Discovery,
place,
no
but we're here
drama.
and we're good. Hey, RSTZ, 2 month resub. How late were you playing Battlefield last night? 1:30. Don't let it happen again, or you're gonna, yeah, you can send you to HR. I am HR.
Discovery, no drama.
No, yeah, got little, yeah, no, little. It was a long stream yesterday. We did like 14 hours or something. Whatever. We'll do it again today. It ain't no problem. Well, I don't know if to. I think we'll shoot for a big stream tomorrow. Today's stream probably won't be as long, but yeah, welcome to part 29 here for Kerbal. We have some off-world systems and Minmus base contracts that we have to complete. Does anybody have EJ's old PC specs? Which one? Milo, 19-month resub. Thank you. So, before we jump into KSP, I thought you guys would want to see this. This was hot off the press space news that I think you guys would appreciate. So Dave Limp, CEO of Blue, actually posted. Okay, okay, all right, that can just go silent. Posted this, and here, let me get out of the way. I know you can hear it, Hillness. Yeah, group texts. What are you gonna do? So they have this New Glenn 9x4 here. I'll just I think it'd be fair to just call this Block 2, New Glenn Block 2. I mean, they're calling it 9x4. The reason why they're calling it 9x4 is because the first stage has 9 BE4s and the second stage has 4 BE3Us. Comparatively to New Glenn, which is the rocket we saw fly last week, which has 7 and 2. This one looks to be 2-stage to me. New Glennier. Yeah. Yeah, this so incredible upgrades to New Glenn as we enhance our BE4 and BE3U engine performance. Total thrust on the booster is increasing to 17 meganewton, from 17 meganewtons to 19 meganewtons. 3.9 million to 4.5 million. Total thrust on our two B3Us is increasing from 320,000 pounds to 400,000 pounds. 1.7 meganewtons on the second stage. Thrust over the next few missions. Okay. Did he reply to David? The next chapter in New Glenn's roadmap is a new super heavy class rocket named after the number of engines on each stage. NG9x4 is designed for a subset of missions requiring additional capacity and performance. The vehicle carries over 70 metric tons to low Earth orbit, 14 metric tons to geosynchronous, and over 20 metric tons to translunar injection. Additionally, the 9x4 vehicle will have a larger 8.7 meter fairing. 20 metric tons TLI. $70 metric tons inside of an 8.7 meter fairing. Fellas, that's in line with Starship. Just on a side note, Starship is pretty much an 8. I mean, it's a 9-meter core diameter. I think it'd be a reasonable thing to think that, you know, the interior payload volume would be about 8.7 meters, probably 8.5, somewhere in there. Starship is projected to do 100 tons, though. But 8.7 fairing, 70 metric tons, that's right in line. That's very interesting to me. Guys, that's 9x4 and 7x2 will serve the market concurrently, giving customers much more launch options for their missions, including mega constellations, lunar and deep space exploration, and national security imperatives such as Golden Dome. That's what they're looking for. Okay. You could theoretically get Orion to translunar injection. You'd need to use the service propulsion system to do it. At face value, dudes, that's super interesting. The reason why it's super interesting is because it's the same reason why landing New Glenn is a big deal. Remember how I talked to you guys about cast your mind back to, I don't know, a couple of space newses ago. I said this is, or at least the flame trench from last week. I said the same thing. The New Glenn landing is a market trend in the commercial launch industry. Up until this point, it's basically just been SpaceX landing orbital class rockets. Now, Blue does have New Shepard. That's a suborbital rocket. Still should be noted, right? Just so you have the whole truth, I guess. But landing stages for payloads that go to orbit and back is something that was exclusively SpaceX's thing for the last 10 years. Now, you know, this proves another company is willing to invest in reusability, right? Another company is willing to invest in reusability, put it to practice, right? Which, I mean, the put it to practice part is a big one. Which shows that it's not just SpaceX doing that to make themselves feel better or doing that for, you know, just to, you know, we want reusability for the sake of reusability. No, reusability is becoming a market trend in the industry to lower launch costs. That's why New Glenn landing is such a big deal. The other thing, so how this kind of translates to that, like to that here is that, look, New Glenn 7x2, so the Block 1 version of New Glenn is the one that we saw fly, that's very comparable to Falcon Heavy. Very comparable to Falcon Heavy. Now this 9x4 variant, you know, despite not being a fully reusable vehicle, at least apparently, the renders look like the second stage is expendable. Now that 9x4 variant very much seems, it's very much in line with Starship's payload capacity, or at least initial SpaceX baselining on their iterative design for Starship, which is, you know, about an 8.5 meter payload, 8.5 meter diameter, about 1,000 cubic meter payload bay volume, give or take. And about 100 tons to orbit. That seems to be very much in line. 9x4 New Glenn is very much in line with that. Which, once again, I think that's really interesting because that proves that SpaceX didn't just pull the 100 tons with an 8.5 meter diameter payload bay, 1,000 cubic meter payload bay volume. They didn't just pull that out of the aether. They didn't just pull that to make Elon feel better. That's a very calculated decision. And Blue doing something that's basically in line with capability kind of proves that, which I think is super cool. You know, it's only a matter of time before the industry standards, which are already trending towards reusability, which is great, you know, work around this kind of classification where, 100 tons, 8-meter fairing, give or take, to low Earth orbit is basically the norm. Just how in the 90s, a 5.4-meter fairing is basically the norm. Delta and Atlas both have very similar size and volume for fairings. That kind of became the standard. Spoiler alert, it came from spy satellites. They need to be a certain size to move a certain type of satellite into orbit, right? Now, it says that New Glenn is targeting Golden Dome, right? They want Golden Dome contracts, which is very interesting. Is that market emerging because of defense contracts, or is that emerging because of a commercial market that's coming around? I also don't think it's any coincidence that this render has the moon in it. Well, Rocket Lab isn't at this point, Tessa, but yeah. NASA better get their stuff together, or SLS is going to be a joke. Guys, I've always said, there's no way those landing legs will stay like that. That has to be some kind of placeholder. That looks ridiculous. I've always said that SLS and NASA have a day of reckoning, and I don't think the stakeholders in Congress that fund SLS and are huge proponents of the Artemis program really understand this. If, the Artemis program, SLS, so if Boeing, Northrop Grumman, Lockheed, if they wanted to ensure long-term success for these contracts, you would really, and Congress too, because they are stakeholders, they would really be scaling. You would be scaling. I said this 7 years ago. You have to scale. The reason why SLS needs to scale is because you're going to get to a point where commercial is going to eclipse you. Right now, one of the biggest arguments that I hear from anybody that's pro SLS right now, or, really likes the Artemis program, is, commercial just can't do what the SLS can do. Well, yeah, of course, that's very true. And it's been true for a little while. But that's very much resting on your laurels, for sure. It's only a matter of time before commercial has the capability. It's only a matter of time. There's going to be a day of reckoning here, where SLS will truly be fully redundant. And unless you scale and lower the cost on that launch vehicle, and really start flying it a lot so it produces some tangible results, it doesn't even have to be profitable. It's a NASA rocket. Until it produces, you get it to scale, you get it to fly more, it produces tangible results like a moon base or something that these rockets can resupply, it's going to go the way of the dodo. I mean, eventually, even if you do scale SLS at this point in time, eventually it's going to go the way of the dodo anyway, because there's a market trend for reusability emerging. Blue Landing, New Glenn is evidence of that. Rocket Lab, Stoke, Relativity, all producing reusable rockets. It's going to get, even if SLS scales and we block by like 40 of them, 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road, it is going to be extremely hard to justify an expendable rocket. It's going to be extremely difficult. Hey, Flykin. What is SLS going to do with that, with New Glenn? I mean, dude, I can't. Blue's naming conventions are so weird. Do you guys mind if I just call that Block 2? New Glenn Block 2? Can we call it that? Is that fine? I mean, that's not what they call it, but hey, Sharktails, what's up? Super Glenn? Yeah. How can you justify SLS flying with New Glenn Block 2 flying, New Glenn Block 1 flying, Starship Block 3 flying? And then on top of that, you have Relativity, Stoke with a Nova rocket, fully reusable, might I add, and then Rocket Lab on top of that. Those are all reusable rockets that eclipse SLS in capability pretty much everywhere. I've often said in the past that you know, the day of reckoning is really going to come when Starship gets its human rating certification, because once it's human rated for launch, that's it. There's no point in having SLS anymore. Newer Glenn, yeah. There's no way a DC-10 derivative will ever fly again. Dude, I can't. Tessa, did you see the NTSB report? Oh my word. Just... It's so bad, dude. I can't... I don't want to show it. It's so bad. Is the 7x2 variant now Old Glenn? Yeah, right. Technically, Old Glenn is Mercury Atlas. Technically. The pics were posted above. I've seen them. I don't show this lightly, dudes, but because I really don't like showing death on stream. Let me just show you this, and we'll call it a day. That is very, 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 very bad. This is the UPS flight that went out of Kentucky a little while back. Something is very wrong here. That just... There's nothing you can do, dude. There's nothing you can do. The wheels collapsed? No. One of the motors, one of the engines, the high bypass turbofan, the left high bypass turbofan separated during rotation. Separated, like gone, removed from the airplane. Look at this next picture. Gone. Like, that's the motor up there. And that's the airplane down here, and that's its engine mount down there. Gone. Like, I don't show this lightly, dudes, but you can't... Yeah, this is unacceptable. It's unacceptable. That's unacceptable. It's unacceptable. What's worse is that the engine went up, the rotational torque from the motor still spinning, and the wing vortex basically made it go up and crash into the back of the plane. It went up and over the wing and hit the back of the plane and blew it up. That's just... There's nothing you can do, man. There's nothing. Like, there's nothing you can do about that. Like, that's it. Like, I mean, credit to the pilots, you know, they tried to fly half of an airplane up, tried to take off with half of an airplane. And how did that even happen? Dude, something with the structural pylon. The crazy thing is that this has happened with MD-11s and DC-10s before. Fellas, it's happened. That's just... The engines liberating themselves from the plane has happened with this particular design of aircraft, which is... So, fellas, aluminum... The planes are made out of aluminum. They're made out of aircraft-grade aluminum. The thing about aluminum is that it cracks like rocks. Like, you know, like you picture kind of like concrete in your mind, right? If you have like a concrete road and there's ice on that road, right? And the ice expands, it's going to crack the concrete, right? Aluminum's material properties are kind of similar to that. The thing about it is that with an airplane, right, your cracks don't come from like ice forming or something. Your cracks come from stress. So if the aluminum is constantly bending and flexing over time, like an engine mount does, because the engine mount's pulling the entire freaking airplane, right? If it constantly bends, it's going to crack. And if it cracks, it's going to fail. It'll crack in half, just like a divorced slab of concrete. If you work in construction, it's the same thing. Well, not exactly the same, but I don't like showing this. It doesn't make me feel good, but this, you can't, this, that's so bad. It's just the absurdity of it is really kind of worth showing. It's so ridiculous. Yeah, American Airlines Flight 191 had the pretty much exact same problem, but that was in 1979. That's the crazy part, dudes. The PDF has the failed pylon. It just completely let go. Really? It's just that's awful. You know, where's your preliminary report? I'd investigate UPS's maintenance practices. See, here's the thing, guys. It's possible that it's not deferred maintenance or maintenance practices or anything, guys. It's just, I mean, that MD-11 was old. When's the last time McDonnell Douglas built a passenger plane? They don't build passenger planes. I mean, technically it's Boeing, technically, but McDonnell Douglas as a separate entity has not built planes since the 90s. That's the last time an MD-11 rolled off the line. Let's take a look. Okay, so this is a wing clevis, all right? The motor is basically has a, yeah, it's on a spherical bearing to allow for movement, right? There's your wing clevis, right? This is the, yeah, and it's got through bolts that are on the longitudinal axis of they're axial to the rotation of the engine. The off-mount spherical bearing is obscured by the wing clevis. Okay, so that's in there. There's 3 mounts per engine. That's what I'm seeing, Bright. So you seem to have, there's a slide piece right here. That's probably used for alignment. And then that's your primary structural carrier. Right? And then that one is your secondary structural. But that also prevents the motor from doing this. You don't want it to move around. Think of it like your panhard bar for suspension. I mean, Bright, you know this. I don't need to tell you this. Remember how I said aluminum cracks like concrete? Well, there you go. First, I know people are upset at Duffy for grounding the DC-10 and MD-11 during the holiday times. No. Rarest, call it how it is. Sean Duffy made the right call. As much as we don't like what he did with NASA, that absolutely is 100% the right call. Ground the entire fleet. Ground the entire fleet. You don't know what caused this. That is the right call. Sean, that was a good move by Sean Duffy. That's the right call. That's what I would have done. Look different from AA-191. So, guys, AA-191 was a DC-10. This is an MD-11. An MD-11 had, this is after that. They upgraded this. Like, see how it's doubled? The clevis is doubled? It's doubled over. There's 2 huge slabs that are next to each other. See that? That was, they reinforced it to make sure that it never does this. This is, I mean, how old was this airplane? Hold on, I need to see. November 259 UP. 34 years old. It was an MD-11, built as an MD-11 in 1991. It was converted to an MD-11F in 2007. "31 years old, I think the engines produced 10,000 pounds more thrust than a DC-10. It was one of the first. Really? It had 100,000. It had near 100,000 hours on it. Special detailed inspection FDI, the left pylon aft mount lugs would have been due at 29,200 cycles, and of the left wing clevis support would have been due at 28,000 cycles. The accident airplane record shows these two SDI tasks have not been accomplished. The airplane had 21,043 cycles." Interesting. That, I mean, that just raises a lot of questions, Tape, to be honest with you. Yeah, Rares, he did make the right call. I personally would have done the same thing. I'm right there with you. Pylons are supposed to be inspected after load cycles. You do. Somebody said it in chat. You do NDT on them, non-destructive testing. Basically, I would be X-raying this dang thing. I mean, dude, that's like a straight shear, clean break. Very interesting, fellas. I mean, okay, what do I know? I know dick about this. I'm just sheer observation. Look at the aft lug on this on this. The aft lug is kind of a perfect shear, right? It, you know, it's kind of like this, and then the forward lug is like that. You know what that tells me? The aft lug was cracking, right? The aft lug was cracking, right? And when the motor went, the aft lug failed. The motor started to torque, right? And then the forward lug failed completely. Because look at the brake. Look at how the brake on the aft lug is straight. And then the forward lug, see how it's crooked? So the motor torqued up and away, which is very much in line with the direction that the motor freaking went. It went up and over. This is cast aluminum, yes. Yeah, X-Wing, that's got to happen here, dude. This is... Cycles aren't always calculated by takeoff and landing. I don't know how they are calculated for the MD-11. I don't... Guys, okay, just... I'm throwing my hat into the ring, and I know I shouldn't, but keep in mind, this is based huge speculation on my part. It sounds like the FEA on the MD-11 flying this much, having this many hours on it, was not done correctly. I don't think this is just some deferred maintenance issue, especially with what you guys are saying. If the plane had to, they were keeping up with the maintenance and it still failed, well, that's engineering. That's somebody not doing good enough analysis on this. The fact that the crack was inside of the lug would make it impossible to see without taking the whole thing off. Yep. I just saw the plans for the new Glen Turbo, and wow, I can't wait to see a lander inside of that thing. Space Gnome, it's going to be beast mode, huh? Let's see. The separated left pylon after recovery, left image, and the left pylon mounts fractured. Forward lugs. This is the wing clevis. Fractured spherical bearing. Marked by the red brackets and associated attachment hardware. So see how the spherical bearings kind of run out? It's kind of going that way, like this. See that? The motor, dude, the aft lug failed and the motor torqued and it snapped the bearing right off. I mean, that's if you gimbal lock the spherical bearing, you're gonna introduce, yeah, it's just gonna fail. Dude, they found the freaking lugs. You gotta be kidding me. They found them. Yeah, dude, the race on that spherical bearing is hogged because the aft lug failed. That's, I mean, this is... is Ninja Guy? Hey, Loopy, what's up? This is... What's that about? I would think that the aft lug failed completely. The aft lug failed and the motor, the rotational torque from the motor, that's what the aft lug is there for. When the motor rotates, it's imparting angular momentum. The motor wants to do, if the motor's swinging like this, it wants to do that. You see that if it's windy sometimes, if you're taking off in an airplane. The motor does move around. That's why there's a spherical bearing there. But the aft lug is meant to make it so that spherical bearing will never run out completely. It'll never gimbal lock. That's what it's there for. It's there to make sure that you have a little bit of play, the engine will move around, but it doesn't, it doesn't like snap, right? It doesn't snap off. The problem is that your aft lugs in this motor, in this engine design, your aft lug is a wear item. It's a wear item because it basically keeps the engine straight. When I'm in a needle in a haystack competition and my opponent is the NTSB. That sucks. So, yeah, fellas, I mean, the motors do move around, but like yeah, see, that's the bearing is in there. Or no, the spherical's in the lugs too. They both are on spherical bearings. Wait, why would you... Hey, Bright, why would you do that? Why would your pylon aft mount and your main mount both be on spherical bearings? Why would that be a thing? Hey, Sam, what's up? Why would you put them both on sphericals? Huh. Hang on a second, fellas. I'm interested. I need to read. God, I don't see that. If they weren't, you'd have no pressure relief. They'd break faster. Okay, idiot question time. Idiot. I'll admit I'm a little out of my league here. Okay, stupid question. If both of them are on spherical, though, doesn't... Oh, well, no, the guide piece up front. The guide piece up front keeps it triangulated. Why not a bushing? Why not a rubber bushing or something? Why is spherical bearing? Why is the spherical bearing the wear? Well, it's not the wear item here, but interesting. That is out of your wheelhouse. Yeah. No, all good. Let me see something. The left number 1 and number 3 engines of the MD-11 are attached to the underside pylons that are in turn attached to the underside of each wing. The center number 2 engine is attached to the base of the vertical stabilizer. The left and right pylon attaches to the respective wing via a forward mount bulkhead. Okay. A thrust link assembly and an aft mount bulkhead. For simplification, this report will refer to these bulkheads as the forward mount and aft mount. The forward mount contains 2 spherical bearings that are vertically aligned, upper and lower, that attach to the wing. Ah, interesting. Bearings on 2 axes. I get it now. Okay. Boeing's going to be paying for McDonnell Douglas' mistake. Well, McDonnell Douglas is going to be paying for their own mistakes, Tessa, because it's not Boeing. Boeing nowadays is not Boeing. That's McDonnell Douglas wearing a Boeing skin suit. Okay? I work on smaller engines, but we still have them mounted the same way. Yeah. The thrust link assembly located immediately behind the forward mount's lower spherical bearing primarily transmits the thrust loads. That's this thing. At least I think that's that thing. Pylon aft mount is an assembly comprised of 2 independent fittings bolted together with lugs, forward lug and aft lug, that house a single spherical bearing. For this report, references to the pylon aft mount spherical bearing includes both the bearing's ball element sphere and its outer race. A clevis on the underside of each wing. The wing clevis connects to the pylon aft mount via attachment hardware. I'm failing to see the vertical bearings in this design. I think maybe that's that one. That's your thrust. That's the thrust mount. And then that's the front. That's the thrust. And that's the aft, I think. Tessa, that's what I'm thinking, man. Like, once again, preliminary, I'm taking a guess. I'm learning about this. Like, this sounds like bad analysis from McDonnell Douglas. Vertically aligned, not vertical. What? An exemplar installation of the pylon aft mounted wing van. All right, I'm going to fire up Kerbal while I'm reading this. The left pylon's aft mount forward and aft lugs were both found fractured near their 2 o'clock inboard and 9 o'clock outboard. Ugh. Maybe I give him the benefit of the doubt that this is a bad casting. Tessa, yeah, maybe. Dude, you don't do... All right. Here's the thing. What do I know about airplanes? I don't know. I know a little bit more than most. Not an expert. What do I know about engineering? Good amount. What do I know about engineering practice? Yeah, I'm pretty good with that. Pretty good. If you're making parts for an airplane, there is no bad casting. There's no bad casting. You don't do that. Every part should be scrupulously inspected. There's no bad casting here. There's no, oh well, that part quality wasn't. No. When you're messing with airplanes, the quality, it has to be right. If it's not right, you crash. Like, there's no bad casting here unless somebody screwed up. Please go get your A&P. You'd love it. Yeah. Yeah, there's a very, very high quality. There's very high quality assurance with airplane parts. It has to be right. If it's not right, send it back, because you're gonna get somebody killed. Depends on if you like the pilot or not. Hey, Joe, what's going on, man? You remember? Okay, remember years ago, and then okay, YouTube chat just isn't going very hard. Not as hard as Twitch. Page 9 points out that they found other fatigue cracks. Let me see. Did they have part X-ray back in the day? Absolutely. The left pylon aft mount fractured lugs from the left pylon aft mount and left wing clevis containing the aft mount spherical bearing. Yeah, so the bearing's stuck in there. One of the races are broken off. Yeah, see this is a star fitting with a Zerk. I mean, it's going to be impossible to tell if this bearing was greased correctly because any grease would have burned off in the crash. The right pylon aft mount and wing clevis assembly, as well as 2 engine fan blade brackets found on 17R, were also retained for further examination at the NTSB. Yeah, we got some good Kerbal going. Could have been high temperature grease. Yeah, maybe flanking. I mean, did you see any grease in there? I didn't. The Zerk looked like it'd been buried in mud. SpaceX tweet. See, I find this stuff super interesting, guys. Like, I don't want to show the crash, but I don't mind looking at the NTSB report. Oh my goodness. Dude, look at this. We're just getting treat after treat after treat here. This is fantastic. SpaceX footage from the Booster 18 roll. Booster 18 rolled the Massies for cryo testing last night. What is that? Huh. It's got a blister on it. Wow. It's got parasite. Yeah, right. Man. Yeah. Look, they reinforced, they plated and gusseted all this. Hey, Snackless. Newer Glenn. Yeah, dude. Wait, why are the plates asymmetric? Oh, God. Elon, why? Why are... The plates are asymmetric, man. Oh... Deterministic flip? Yeah, that's a good point, fellas. But... Oh... It's not asymmetric. Look, these ones are closer. Those ones are further apart. So this is vacuum raptor, vacuum raptor, vacuum raptor. But because the booster separates and flips up, the side that's going to flip basically into the rocket exhaust, the plates are closer to each other. Pretty smart. I was looking at that, I'm like, there's no freaking way. Please stop. But it's not asymmetric, it's symmetrical on this axis. That's fine with me. Or not radially symmetric, exactly. It's axially symmetric. This is, yeah, this is the hot stage, yeah. Fellas, is the top of the hot staging ring billet stainless? Am I looking at that right? It's billet stainless, dude. Whoa. Wow. Dude, I wonder what kind of bits they're using to cut that. That's probably one hell of an end mill, because look at how deep that cut is. That's billet stainless. Oh. That's nice. That's very nice. Yeah. Trenton, billet stainless basically means that this ring started as a bar of stainless steel about, I don't know, yay thick, right? And then SpaceX bent that damn, or they didn't bend it, they milled it out, right? And then they bent the thing into a ring and then welded it together. See all these recessed pieces right here? See how it's flat on this side? She's flat, but look, check this out. Some machining things, some stuff about machining. See those lines right there? Those aren't paint. That's not paint. Those lines come from stretching metal. That means they put this thing through a brake, right? They put it through a brake to bend it, to curve the piece. When you curve the piece like that, you get those stretching lines. Same thing happens when you stamp metal. We see that on the coronet, right? Well, on some of the coronet parts, you get some waviness in the metal from the stamping, right? This is a little bit different. But see the lines? They bent it. So this thing started as a block of stainless steel, right? I don't know how many they use. I'm gonna guess that there's probably 3. See, there's a junction there, there's a junction there, and there's a junction here. See where the red is? So that started as one long piece of stainless, right? They milled it out. They had a drill. It's not a drill, it's called an end mill. An end mill went in here and just removed all that, removed all of that, removed all of that, right? You see once again, you see these lines in here? It's kind of hard to tell. You can see the reflection of them there. That's from an end mill. So an end mill is designed to, like if you have a block, an end mill is designed to drill into it and then move sideways. It's designed to just bore out stuff. You can move it around like this. And what it eventually does is it gets rid of all that and it leaves this piece. The idea here is that billet parts are extremely strong because you're using subtractive manufacturing, meaning this was one solid block of stainless steel, right? And the molecular structure of the steel is very uniform. So if you drill it out, it maintains that really strong molecular structure, right? But you mill out what you don't need. That's what billet means. It was made with machine tools, right? So this was made on a CNC machine. So after that, they probably put this thing through a metal brake, right? Put 3 of them through a metal brake and then bent it. And that's what those lines are on the outside here. See that? That's what that's for. Or that's the remnants of that process. Those lines could be mill marks too. Yeah, Geek, depending on what type of stainless steel stock they were using, sure. Yeah, absolutely. They could have milled the back of it to surface it for sure. You're not wrong. I mean, that's bananas, dude. Doing that with stainless steel is very complicated. The reason why, guys, stainless steel is really tough stuff to cut through. It's tough to cut, especially if it's thick, because it's steel. It's really strong. Yeah, Top's a gigantic freaking English wheel. Yes, basically, an English wheel that's the size of a small shed. To make this, and they made 3 of them, and then they just put it together. I'd say just put it together, but no, they TIG weld it. This is all TIG welded. You have to TIG stainless steel. You have to use TIG because the heat. Stainless steel, while very strong, it's really easy to flex heat into it, and it doesn't like moving heat around as much. So if you introduce too much heat into one area, stainless steel will start to wave and buckle. Stir welding stainless is not a thing, Flykin, in the aerospace industry, as far as I know. These are TIG welds. Those are all TIG. That's TIG all day. You can't machine the triangle before curving it? I think they machined the triangles first and then curved it. The reason why I don't think it was bent is because why would they make it in 3 pieces if it was bent? Why not just make a solid ring? Do you think... So you think they bent the stock first and then milled it out on like a 5-axis? Holy shnikes. That would be... Dude. A 5-axis that big? Holy crap. I mean, that would be something. That would be something, dude. Oh my goodness. No, I think they milled each piece out of a block. That's one hell of a block of stainless steel, man. Coltech, the hot staging ring on Super Heavy is billet stainless. Look at it, dude. It's beautiful. We were just talking about how they would make it. They obviously make it in 3s, right? So you have one big old section there, big old section here. So you have a junction point here, here, and here. Also, interesting thing, fellas, to note that the junction points aren't over a strut mount. They're in between. Just point of note. It's because this is stronger than that. How big would each one of those triangles be? Probably about this big. I'd say about 20 centimeter. A 20 centimeter, if you took the triangle and you split it in half and got side B here, so to speak. It's probably about this big. The scale is hard to see. This is probably about, yeah, I'd say, yeah, 200 mil, probably. Mill it from a long block, bend it in a roller. That was my guess, Coltech. I'm guessing they machined this dang thing and then put it through a gigantic break. That's what ULA does. But ULA does that with aluminum, so I don't know. I don't know what the machining process for 304X stainless would be here. You know what? This would be a question for my dad. He would know that. I think they took a straight stock, bent it, and then milled it. Flykin, it would be easier to mill first, then bend. The reason why is you only need just an up and down CNC machine. Just that's it. If you bent the thing first, you'd need a 5-axis CNC machine to do this. You would need to go back and forth like this, or back and forth like this. The one that does this, the one that can do this type of stuff, going back and forth instead of just, way more expensive. If they milled the triangles and then bent it, wouldn't the triangles be distorted out of shape? Yeah, no, that's a good point. I don't know. You know what, Geek? I have no idea. Dude, this is a question for my dad. I'm gonna ask him. Pixel counting gives you about 23 centimeters for that height. I was pretty close. I was pretty close, Max. I mean, my brain defaulted to imperial. I was about to say 8 inches, but I realized that a lot of people have no idea what that means. Whatever. Whatever, it's fine. Yeah. Nobody knows what that means. That's great. Anyway, that's super cool, man. We got all kinds of good stuff. We got... I can't call it New Glen 3x4. That does not roll off the tongue. This is New Glen Block 2. That's what I'm calling it. And I'm sticking with it. 2 Glen. I like 2 Glen. 2 Glen is pretty good. Yeah, that's a good one. New Armstrong. Yeah, there you go. Newest Glen. Yep. All right, dude. So here, let's get the tunage going. All right, we're warmed up. Let's do this. You'd probably have to anneal the stainless before rolling it. Yeah. So we've been working around moon pallets here. We're getting our concept of operations figured out for how we're going to do this contract down here. Build a new surface outpost on Minmus. Hey, Passing, what's going on? New Armstrong is a different project. Yeah, that's what I've been, that's what seems to be the general consensus, Gwen. Yeah. Have a facility supporting at least 11 Kerbals. Have a mobile processing lab, MPLLG2 on the outpost. Cupola, 3 pilots. The outpost must be on motorized wheels. Maintain stability for 10 seconds. Land your outpost on the moon. We've been basically trying to flesh out the concept of operations for how we're going to do this. What I'm trying to do is if we get a build a new surface outpost contract, we're most likely going to get more. In career mode, if you do a type of mission, it's going to give you more of that type of mission, and the difficulty gets harder over time. So what I did in my last career mode save, and I'm just straight up bringing it back, albeit with some modifications. What I'm doing is bringing back my modular pallet system. That's what Moon Pallet is. You know, this, you can attach basically whatever to it, and you can land it on the planet. It's no problem. Rares, you showed your boys the crane you made last night that blew their minds. Oh, nice. Well, here. So, the pallet is just designed for moving payloads around on the ground. What we've been working on, and what I did yesterday, after we worked on the car, is Moon Crane 5. We're gonna have to finish working on this today. What's Moon Crane 5? Moon Crane 5 is a play on my crane design that I used in the previous career mode save, but we kind of made some modifications to it. I made it, the previous version of Moon Crane basically had VTOL thrusters that it would fire to get off of the lander. Now, I have our service module derived lander here that we've been kind of building our architecture around, right? And what I did was the old Moon Crane, here, let's just save that like that. The old Moon Crane here, this was my previous design from the career mode save. This thing has wheels to move it around, right? It would deploy, you know, you deploy the wheels down, right? And it could drive around. And then you also had casters to put down here. You also had casters to put down like this. So, you know, the crane you could pick up something a little bit heavier than your counterweight. It wouldn't really be an issue. Now this works. This is all fine and dandy. But what I did with Moon Crane 5 was I combined the function of the casters and the wheels. Now they do both. So, we don't save that. If we go back to Moon Crane 5, I have casters and wheels basically doing the exact same thing. Like, I combined it all into one thing. Save on part counts, make the design a little bit easier. And then I removed my VTOL thrusters from this design. Now, we have wheels down here. And what this thing can do is actually drop these casters down, like that. Right? And Mooncrane can basically raise and lower to be able to... This not only increases the reach on the crane, right? But the crane can also widen the base out so we can get more what's called luffing with the crane. Basically can reach further out. And it can also, if we need to move around, right? On the old crane, you'd have to deploy the wheels, right? And you couldn't deploy the wheels if you had something, if you had a load on this thing. You couldn't do it. It would tip over. With this thing, you could grab something, bring it in close, move the wheels out, and then move it around. The casters are the outriggers. Bingo. And I also gave it enough reach to be able to pull itself up off of the lander. Was there a car stream? Not today. I didn't get... Quick update. I didn't get as far as I wanted with the car. Kraken. I was getting... I slept through my alarms. That is totally on me. My fault. The welds. Some of the welds were not to my liking. On some of the parts, some of the hard to reach spots on the far side of the car, because I'm right-handed, so the driver's side version of the driver's side of the car, some of the welds over there were terrible. They were bad. They were porous and disgusting. Yeah. They're all kind of concentrated in one area, which means I did a bunch of them at once. And every time I didn't, yeah, the welds, they're bad. They're porous and they would have rusted out from the inside. So I ground them down and we have to re-weld some of them. I'd say there's like 13 bad welds out of 204. So I did, the vast majority of these welds are just fine. But I didn't get to painting everything. What I did do is to really get a good look at these welds. I took one of my old studio lights. I replaced them when we upgraded the setup. I took one of my old studio lights and I put it out there so we can illuminate everything. It floods the trunk with light. See the big LED light that I have over there? And I use that to look at the welds and really inspect every single one of them. Most of them are good. Some of them over there on the left side are no good, and I don't like them. Yeah, so it's like, yeah. There's not many that are bad. Some of them were just too porous. And that comes from me not being able to get a good hold on it and holding the welding gun too far away from where we're welding. You get porosity like that when you don't have shielding gas. Could NASA lease VAB high base to Blue? I don't see why not. I don't know why they would, but yeah. Sure. Yeah, Rares. Yeah, 13 is okay. Some welds, there were some plug welds that I missed. I just missed the hole. It happens. That was only like 2 or 3 out of 204 though. You know? 95% is not 100%. Good to see you're sticking with your own words. Man, something I've been really trying hard is to do what I say. I've been very, very much trying. I've been putting a very, very high concerted effort into doing that. Not just like, we'll do it someday. Now, the Pillar of Autumn and Satisfactory is one exception to that. That's the one I really need to figure out how to do. But, you know, the car stream, what we're doing in Kerbal, building out the career mode save, I've been really trying to, you know, if I say I'm going to do something, do it. That's a lot harder than you might think. Especially if your job is to talk all day. You know? You never know. Wasn't there a measurement off with the Pillar of Autumn or something? Yeah. But yeah, I don't... The entire hull segments 1, 2, and 3 on the Pillar of Autumn build need to be redone if I'm remembering correctly. Been struggling with that for 30 years. Yeah, D-Stat, I'm making a concerted effort to not eat. Okay, if you don't just be like, yeah, I can do that. If you think about it for a second. If you can't do it, don't say it. Don't say you can do it. Simple as that. I said I would finish the stupid car. I'm going to finish the stupid car. Especially since, during the early car streams, I told people I said what my expectations for the project were, and people tipped the stream with the explicit intent that money was going towards content for the car. So those two things, doing what you say, and the fact that people tipped the stream because they wanted to see more car content. Look, man, you got to deliver, Hey, Chris, my day's going just fine. Will the Pillar of Autumn ever be finished? I want to finish it, Kenzoku. Hey, fellas, all right, this isn't me promising anything. If you want to make a concerted effort through December, so like next week, I'm off. I'm not going to be here next week. I'm visiting Bree's family in Michigan. We haven't done that in a little while. And as much as it is cliche, I actually like my in-laws a lot. Bree's family's super cool. I love hanging out with them. I really do. I'm not just saying that to gain points. I actually genuinely enjoy their company. Screw me, right? Look, it's easy. They're all from Detroit. They like cars. I like cars. We get along. It's not rocket science, okay? So I want to go out there and hang with them. But when I come back, if you guys want to make a concerted effort to finish that damn thing, or at least make some progress on it, let me know. I made a concerted effort in my robotics to, instead of say it's good, to have done my research, and here's why I think it will work instead, so I can actually prove that I know what I'm doing. Yep. Also gains points too, though. Well, Hellfish, I haven't exactly been here this month, like, because of real life stuff, and believe me, I see it, and it bothers the hell out of me. You don't have to stress yourself out for us. No, I don't have to, Kenzoku. I want to. It's my job. I don't like being bad at my job. That's a really important thing to me. And you guys pay my salary. I'm going to do my job, and I'm going to do it good. Well, people may bring it up as a dunk. I don't know how many people really want to return to the Pillar of Autumn. King, I get asked about it enough to know that there is some people that want to see it finished, but I don't know. Dude, if... Sorry, there was a bug on my light. I don't know if using all of December to do it is the right move. But anyway, this is Mooncrane. Mooncrane's pretty awesome. I really like it. I also noticed that this thing likes to flex. It likes to do this a lot. And we got to figure out a way to prevent that from happening. I did leave myself kind of a list of things that I need to do to change Mooncrane. So we need CAL controllers for the control systems for this. Strut arm connectors are placeholders for the legs. Find something better. And then we need to work on the wear here because simple strut should do it. Yeah. How does this all go together? Okay. I don't know why I asked this, but have you seen the new Glenn news? Oh yeah, we've seen it, man. We'll discuss it more for space news, dude. think if we use the strut as a gusset here, strusset would probably be good. We need to prevent wear on both sides, and then we're gonna have to test the crane again. But I'll put in, we got to do more. I got to implement more control systems if we're gonna do that. So this is for the boom. Here, let's put that there like that. Absolute snap there like that. Absolute snap there like that. Is that thing not centered? It's probably like that for a reason, but this year my dad's side of the family will be in Madison, Wisconsin, so I get to spend Thanksgiving with them. Nice, Ernok. There you go. So hyped that we got to see the rise of SpaceX and now Blue blossoming as probably the two industry leaders over the next decade. Blue Origin's project outside of just launch vehicles are cool too. What an awesome time it's gonna be. It's good stuff, man. Damn, I ain't complaining, man. I'll say it once, I'll say it again. We almost had nothing. It just sucks how long they take. I mean, it takes time scaling, Rocket Guy. I think that's a huge thing that they're going to have to deal with, man. They haven't disappointed when they deliver. No, they have not. So I'm going to try to use struts as kind of a gusset here to make sure that this thing is aligned correctly. I'm going to try to keep these from flexing. There we go. Haven't heard anything about it, Kaputs. Did you see that New Glenn has 9x4? New Glenn 9x4 has different legs and bigger fins. Yeah, those fins and landing legs are a placeholder, Ator. They're very much a placeholder. There's no... that... I don't... yeah, those wings are a placeholder. In fact, if you really want my honest opinion, I think the wings on New Glenn need to be redesigned. But I don't know. We talked about this, but yeah, who knows? Yeah, no good. That's pretty awesome that they have. I'm trying to figure out if the reason why I didn't center these over the pin was because of like folding up purposes, or the fact that I just didn't like the Z fighting that was going on. Hey Sethron, 91-month resub, thank you. Just wanted to be the one guy using my sub message to thank you for not playing RSSRO. I like seeing how far you can push things sticking to stock parts in career. Feel free to increase the counter. All right. Thanks, man. Yes, Marsh, I did say satisfactory. Yep. I think did I do it because I didn't like it Z fighting, or did I do it because of clearancing issues? Clarence. No, doesn't seem to be for clearance issues, as far as I can tell. Oh yeah, it is, because these are still pushed out. Yeah, all right, that's fine. That should fix this. We're gonna need to test it. We got to make sure that those struts stay there. You mind explaining those legs? So right now, my crane, which is the highlighted piece here, is sitting on top of my lander, which is that highlighted piece. The lander is going to land the crane, and the crane needs to get off of the lander somehow. Now, I mean, if we just look at a crane here, let's see. Cranes have... Here, this is not necessarily the same type of crane, but it's good enough. Cranes have outriggers on them. See that? See the these things? That's to prevent it from moving back and forth. Also, when you're picking something up, you do not want to do it on sprung weight. You don't want to pick something up with this truck, for instance, right? You don't want to do that when it's sitting on the wheels. That's bad. You need a solid mount to the ground, or else when you go to pick something up, the springs on the truck will compress, right? Same idea here. But I also need to get the stupid thing off of the lander, right? So I have outriggers here that have wheels on them, but they also have jacks. So what this thing is going to do, it's going to, we land, right? And then we deploy the legs. And, if we retract the outrigging jacks here, right? If we retract them, this thing can roll around on wheels, and it'll be able to roll itself off of the lander and then set itself down. Minnesota mentioned, yeah, I think that truck was from Duluth or something. So I have to implement the control systems to be able to control like all of the jacks at once and control the height of the vehicle. That's important.
Go at throttle up.
Hey, Super Dizor, 81-month resub. I also put in another knuckle in here on one of the jacks. I have yet to utilize it. I really don't think we need it in the design. It couldn't hurt to have it, but I don't think that's needed in this particular application. Greetings from Silverthorne, Colorado. Dude, if you got the geology and infrastructure TISM, you got to drive I-70 from Utah to Denver in either direction. That's my cousin's got that, Fluffy. Seriously, my cousin's a geologist, an industrial geologist, so I didn't get that. I didn't get that particular flavor, but it is in my family if you really want to know. That's how I learned. That's where I learned about geology. If I have a geology question, like if NASA finds a new rock on Mars, I go and ask her. I'm like, yo, I need to learn about rocks. And she's like, yeah, I like rocks. I'm like, cool. Let's roll. Any concerns about fitting this thing into a fairing? It should be okay. The problem that I'm really running into right now, Sethron, is that I think the crane has to be launched by itself. So we might have to launch the crane separately and do an Earth orbit rendezvous and go from there. I don't know. We'll see. What we really need to tech do, guys, is we need heavy lift launch vehicles. Now, I'm going to need a wider diameter fairing to really build this architecture out right. But we can just keep using Condor for the time being and just using Rendezvous. Because, yeah, over time I'll dial in the landing trajectory and stuff with that thing. So it should be a lot easier to use. Actually, speaking of that, did I unlock vernier engines? No, I don't have those unlocked yet. Now, in the meantime, what we could do is just put the science lander on the moon and just harvest off of the moon. Might not be a bad idea. EJ, I want to watch you fix the Roman city and fix the car and build a moon base. All of those things will be happening in the next 48 hours. Saturn 1B bigger, Saturn 1B style bigger launch would be awesome. Yeah. It would need, you need to see MLV get put to work. All right, Ator, go study. How do I recognize the different layers of sediments from different ages of Earth? Carbon? I'm fine, Pigeon. Alright, no, I'm good. You made me yawn. That's your fault. Oh, there you go, Moist, yeah. All right, so let's attack. Let's attack this. I don't think we need the center knuckle. I really don't think so. That's just something else that can go wrong. Let's just get rid of that and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put this I-beam here. No, I'm going to use the I-beam to mark where this piece goes, where the caster piece goes. So, because we're going to remove it, and then we're going to reattach like that. Cool. Now, the struts that I had there were just placeholders. What else could we use? mean, this is just adding a ton of mass. How much mass is that adding? So it's 125 kilograms per girder segment. So that's 125, 250, 375. That's, and then times 4, which means that's adding over a ton of mass to this, which is not what I want at all. Done. Nah, I'm just kidding. What about pistons? What are pistons going to do? I mean, the problem is that putting a piston here is adding 2 tons to this. You try very hard to take the Boston accent out when you're on stream. Do you switch back on your off days? I don't switch back on. It's so much as just not putting as much of an effort on speaking clearly. Now, like, actually, I want to be very clear. I talk this way on stream not because I'm self-conscious about where I come from, even though it's kind of funny saying it from time to time. Like, oh, good. You know, go down to the, to the water fountain, the bubbler, right? It's not. I am proud of where I'm from. I love my state. Birthplace of the revolution, man. Oh, go Patriots. Anyway, the football team, man, the real one. Anyway, I'm not self-conscious about that. I do that because I try to speak in a very neutral, plain English way. The reason why I do that, and the reason why I talk like this, very straightforward, tried like virtually no accent, right, is so people that don't have, that English isn't their first language, they can understand what I'm saying. That's why I do it, because if I speak neutrally, it's more about, it's easier to get people to understand things. Yeah, Kaput says, yeah, Portuguese I appreciate. Yeah, no problem, dude. I do that on purpose. Yeah, Dave, it's gonna be good. Anyway, what could we use? I mean, struts might be the right way to get this done, dudes. Okay, kid. Yeah, sure, guy. Freaking love Duncan, guy. What are you talking about? I'm the same as I used to have a thick Scottish accent when I used to stream or do a podcast. Yeah, it's about speaking clearly so people can understand you, so it's not distracting. That's really what it's about. But yeah, it's not so much like hiding the accent or anything. I have no delusions about where I'm from, dude. It's more just, yeah, I want to make sure everybody understands what I'm saying. As best as I can, you know? In broadcasting, this is called non-regional diction. What'd you call me? Yeah, no, I don't even think about it, dude. I don't even think about it. I imagine your reaction to the official SpaceX delay on HLS was non-surprise, slight disappointment. The delay on HLS? What are you talking about, delay? That in a Boston accent is like scraping your fingernails on a cheese grater. Oh, sorry, the mic cut out. That's weird. Stop working. Dave, I'm no frequent viewer, but man, I remember watching you back in like 2015 or 2016, back with the sunglasses. I still have them. They're right here, dude. That's so weird. The mic just stopped working. It's weird. It must be a problem with the computer again. He somehow heard it. Yeah, I don't know what we're gonna do here, dudes. So I have a flag with this truss texture on it. Might be useful for the design here. I use this for my Space Station Freedom build. I mean, this is adding a lot of parts, but these are physics-less parts. Like, these parts don't screw up the simulation too bad because they're not physically simulated. They're like, it's not a collidable part, but like I said, it does make the part count go through the roof. But you know, we could use something with less parts. But if we use something with less parts, right, it'll be more mass, right? So we can either go high part count with this or low part count with, you know, with more mass. I'll take the performance, the Delta V over the game performance because we have a really good computer. If you centered it and ran 2 more struts on the top and bottom down the middle of the girder, then you could have 4 corner struts crisscross again. Okay, Loopy, what about this? Is this what you're talking about? Hold on. Hey Dan, what's going on? How's the lander coming along today? It's coming along good. Hey Dan, you want to see something? Look at that. Yeah, I don't think physicless parts are going to drive the part count up. Battlefield 6 is the best selling game of the year so far. Nice. What are you looking at? What's that? Well, that's an engine mount. Those are lugs for an engine mount for an MD-11. Note that they were in 2 pieces. Then consider this picture. Hey Laserman, what's up? 32-month resub. That's bad. Yeah, see this part right there? That's not great. This is why airplanes need to be inspected all the time. Like, and this is why AMPs get paid pretty well. Like airplane mechanics, because you got to look over this stuff. Because if you don't look over it, that stuff happens. With that being said, I'm not sure that this is a maintenance issue either, guys. This sounds like somebody at McDonnell Douglas 35 years ago didn't really expect their plane to be flying this long and didn't do proper analysis, but that's just my opinion. What the heck happened? Engine mount sheared off, Laserman. Yeah, that's from the NTSB preliminary report. The engine mount sheared off and cracked the spherical bearing that holds it. This resulted in the engine not really working all that well. Yeah. That's the plane, that's the UPS MD-11, yeah. Well, Dan, here's the problem. It looks like the aft, so this is the motor mount mounts in 3 places for the MD-11F, and this is, I just learned this from the MD-11 from this accident investigation. Motor mount has three mounts. You have your forward mount, right? Now, actually, the motor mount is over here if you really want to know. The motor mount's there and over there. You have 3 mounting points. Okay, you have this one. Actually, that's an engine mount point. So you have this one, the forward and the aft, all right? That's your thrust mount, right? And then you have your aft mount. Thrust mount is your primary, that's what takes the load, right? And this is what keeps the motor from doing this on the mount. That basically keeps it straight. This thing cracked. That thing back there cracked. The lugs cracked. And the way the spherical, the inside of that is a gigantic spherical bearing. And the way the spherical bearing cracked made it look like the aft lug failed first. And then the bearing gimbal locked to try and hold the engine in place. And then the bearing snapped and it snapped the forward lug off. That's what I can surmise from this. Because if you look, see how this one is cracked at a different angle than that one? This one failed. That one cracked off after the engine decided it didn't want to be part of the airplane anymore. Yeah. So, Dan, to answer your question, did the engine run a little bit longer? Yes, it did. But without any stabilization, it's not going to go straight. The angular momentum of the turbine spinning is going to give it torque. And it's going to spin like that. The real problem is when it spins right into the second engine and blows it up. Because that's exactly what happened. It wasn't a commercial flight. There were people on board kaputs, but there's 3 dudes on board. You know, you have a pilot, first officer, and a flight engineer. These have a history happening in the past. Also, FAA records show maintenance workers repaired a crack on the crashed UPF plane's left engine pylon in 2019. I'd be very interested to wonder. So, something that I noticed, fellas. The structural engineer in me is wondering about this, but why is this 2 lugs? Why do you have an aft and a forward lug? Okay, this is me knowing nothing about the MD-11, but knowing something about the DC-10 on AA-191. They better not have just doubled up the lug because of that. I swear, if they had 1 lug here and they doubled it up, they doubled up the lugs on like the MD-11 versus the DC-10 to make sure that doesn't happen. If they did that, I'm going to slap someone. Slap them. Two halves to wrap around the spherical bearing. Why do that when your spherical bearing has a singular outer race? I believe they did. I hate McDonnell Douglas. I hate them so much. Like, just, what do you... The shuttle have to go through this type of stuff? Chris, the shuttle never had an engine fly off. So no. It's because the shuttle was designed by Rockwell, and Rockwell knows what the hell they're doing. Or Rockwell knew what they were doing. I read a report that they doubled the mounting structure after the DC-10 accident. Dude. What are you doing? Doubling it up doesn't fix that problem. That's like saying, oh, my car got a flat tire. I'm going to add an extra set of tires to make sure that, you know, this doesn't happen again. The shuttle had 2 engines fly off every mission. Touché. Gil, if you got a second, dude, can you look into that? Dude, I swear if they doubled the lug because of the DC-10, I'm gonna slap someone. That is not fixing that problem. That does not fix anything. That just prolongs the problem. Like, and look, 34 years later, oops. That's what dualies are there for, though, right? Yeah, but that's like making... Okay, you want to talk dualies. A dualie's a heavy-duty truck. That's like taking a dually and putting it on a quarter-ton pickup truck, right? Because you're worried about the tires popping. That is not fixing anything. The real problem is the tire, not the amount of tires. Doubling up the gusset there to strengthen it by just putting another one on. Let's just put 2 instead of 1. Doesn't fix the fact that the engine torques that thing and it's a wear item. God, like, dude, I'm an idiot and I know this. Like, they literally did the Kerbal meme. Oh, just add more. Just add more struts. It'll be fine. I bet the NDI NDT inspection intervals are going to drastically change after this. Dan, we were reading it, dude. NDT of the aft lugs is at 29,000 cycles, and the plane was at 21. Dude, this is not a maintenance issue. This is not a okay, armchair engineer. This is not a maintenance issue. The plane design's a piece of that plane design sucks. What a piece of junk. They just doubled it up, Geek. Can you believe that? On a plane that carries like 300 people around, they just put 2 on there. It'll be fine. Bro, this isn't like a hoopty pickup truck. Like, this is a freaking passenger plane that moves people around. Are you guys stupid? What are you doing? Oh my goodness. I can't believe that. It's likely the end of the platform. There's no yeah, dude, I'm with you. There ain't no freaking way. Wow, in my opinion, that's still too many cycles before an inspection. Damn, this problem reeks of McDonnell Douglas, dude. It reeks of McDonnell Douglas. Dude, that's the same kind of nonsense. That kind of crappy engineering, dude. That's, you know what, Chris, you asked earlier in chat if that's like, if the shuttle had to go through this. That type of just crappy factor of safety bull nonsense engineering is the same thing that caused Challenger to explode. Same thing. Oh, the O-rings are fine. They only erode a little bit. And, you know, because they only erode a little bit, it's nice and safe. No. The O-rings eroding at all is a huge problem. You know why? Because the O-rings aren't supposed to erode. They're supposed to hold the SRB explosion inside of the SRB. If they're eroding, they are not doing that. No. It only eroded a little bit. It's good. It's very safe. No, it's not. You're an idiot. It's that, dude. Oh, well, the engine mount failed on American Airlines 191. Just double it up. Just double it up. It'll be fine. That increases the factor of safety by 2. No, it does not. You're an idiot. Like, that's not how that works at all. Like, what are you talking about, man? That's not how that works, homie. Yeah, see, Look, see how they have two? I want to see this real quick, Baron. Real quick. Oh. The heat shield on Orion only loses small chunks. It'll be fine. Just fly it on a different trajectory. Element, can you see why I'm like, no, don't do that? I don't give a frick if you think it's going to be fine. It's not, like, you don't know that for sure. There's no way that you can prove it. Two months prior to the mishap flight, maintenance personnel did not follow the steps outlined in the ECO. Instead of removing the pylon's forward bearings first, they removed the aft bearings prior to the... What the f*** are you doing? Oh my god. But it's interesting here. The DC-10, this is showing that that flange is doubled up. The lugs are doubled up. Yeah, Fox, that's exactly right. That kind of, just double it up, because, yeah, just double it up, because the first one wasn't good means you didn't do your analysis good enough, and you made a wear item. Doubling up a wear item isn't going to increase safety. It's still going to wear. It's just going to wear differently. It's not going to be like, oh, doubling it up is going to make it twice as safe. No. The failure on the DC-10 was the bulkhead, not the mount. Up here, Mile? Interesting. Yeah, see, this has doubled up. I'm wondering if... Even then, why double it up? Why not make that one piece? That does... I mean, I'm sure there's a good reason for it. Oh my god. Yeah, I can't look at that, dude. That's so screwed up, dude. Lamination technically stronger. Not strong enough, I guess. I mean, every plane has wear items and stuff. Like, that's just general plane maintenance. But if a major structural component is a wear item, you got a big problem. That's not the best design. Spoiler alert. Yeah, Hellfish, I don't know, dude. The sad part is it's cheaper to make the item thinner. Yeah, Psyduck, that sounds like McDonnell Douglas to me. Have you seen the new 9x4 New Glenn? Yeah, it's pretty good, man. We'll talk about it for Space News. I'm kind of sitting on it for a little bit. That's like saying the pilot is a wear item. Yeah, dude, it's just completely the wrong way of thinking about this problem. If they want to slave the platform, I bet everyone will have to dismount and inspect. Maybe Boeing has to come up with a fix for it. Yeah, Mile, they're screwed. I mean, Boeing's... This is a huge issue. Because, I mean, it's heritage for them at this point, but they're still... I mean... I don't even know if... Okay, alright, Mile, I have an idiot question. and that goes for anybody else that works in the airline industry. If people are flying MD-11s, right? So MD-11 is a McDonnell Douglas plane. McDonnell Douglas merged with Boeing in 1997. Does this mean that, like, you have to stand behind your product if it's FAA certified, right? Like, it can't be like Apple, like, oh, we no longer offer updates to this software package, right? You can't do that if you have FAA certification to fly, right? Like, can they operate it without the manufacturer supporting the product? Is that possible? The forward lug's inboard fracture structure, the fatigue cracks were observed along the lug bore. For the forward lug's outboard fracture surface, the fracture consisted entirely of overstress with no indications of fatigue cracking. The forward top flange of the aft mount assembly was examined for indications of deformation or pre-existing fractures, but no indicators were found. Boeing maintains responsibility, Gary. Yeah, especially if it's like something that's going to see commercial use, or even airliner use, right? The DC-10 and its derivatives, like the MD-11, are not going to fly again. They're grounded permanently. You guys, we don't really like Sean Duffy too much up in here, but that's the right move. He made the right call. Especially in regard to engineering defects, it's Boeing problem. I very much think, Mile, that this is not a deferred maintenance or anything. This is not deferred maintenance or anything. I very much think that this is a problem with that design, especially considering what happened with the DC-10, you know? Yeah, Nathan, there you go. Correct. And what I've heard, Boeing doesn't want the liability anymore for the McDonnell Douglas. Basically, the only thing they found so far is fatigue on one of the lugs, and that they maintained it according to the books. At least the documentation said so. Jock, that's what I'm thinking, man. I'm thinking that that's just... It's just a wear item. Like, But then again, you know, MD-11s have been flying... Hang on one second. How many accidents has an MD-11 had over the course of its career, just out of curiosity? Like 50 aviation accidents, including 11 hull losses. ...261 fatalities. Yeah, midnight, that's right. Oh, runway excursions, good times. It seems like the vast majority of these failures, guys, for MD-11s have been just, I'm not going to say pilot error, but like runway excursions, bad crosswind landings. That's... Yeah. None of them have that freaking engines fly off. Interesting. Odds are fairly high they will all be inspected, then fixed, then returned to service. Interesting. Yeah, guys, I'm just thinking this sounds very much like like this is McDonnell Douglas's problem, but that's just me. Are you familiar with a runway EMAS? Yeah, the emergency arrestor. Yeah, the basically a foam pit for the airplane. Yeah, it prevents runway excursions, dude. Yes. Logan has one of them, or Logan has one at the end of the runways that go out over the ocean, so the plane doesn't go into the ocean. Yeah, exactly, Hammer Nails. There's ones at TF Green so they don't fly into the neighborhoods. Yeah, you don't want it to, you know, do that. There's only 55 MD-11s still flying before the accident. They aren't going to fix them and take the risk. Translate. What is it? What do you mean translate, Baron? I want to make some progress on this, dudes, but... Oh, okay. Look at this, dudes. Update on the MD-11F accident in Louisville, Kentucky. I mentioned last week the possibility of fatigue in certain metal components. 4 days after the crash, the FAA ordered all MD-11s in service to be grounded to carry out emergency inspections. Here's the result of one of those inspections. What part is this, though? That doesn't look like any of the, This doesn't look like any part of this. It doesn't look like it's part of the lugs or anything. That looks like it's the engine mount. Fracture inside of the pylon. Yeah, this is inside of the pylon. That's in here somewhere. I'd be curious to see what part that is, Baron. Like, specifically, that looks like this. Up here, or something over here. More importantly, I would want to see like a... I would be curious to see what like a 737 engine mount looks like comparatively to this. Just to see. You know, 737 engine mount works just fine. Eh? Hang on. And you could see a couple of drills where they tried to prevent the crack. Well, now we're re-engineering and recertifying pylons. She's done. I think you might be right, man. I'm just trying to see how... I'm interested to see how a 737 engine attaches. Like... I really... So, fellas, I don't really understand. And I'm not saying this to be like, wow, you have no idea what you're doing. I don't know any better. Like, why longitudinal spherical bearings for an engine mount? That doesn't make sense to me. Like, I don't know why you would do that. I'm trying to find a diagram of a 7.3. Yeah, see, yeah, that sounds right, Cyborg. It looks like Boeing uses struts. They attach their struts going through the pylon, not a damn spherical bearing in a plate. Like, why? You know what? You know who I'll ask? You know who will know this? Ryan will know this. Give me 1 second. How do you feel about chat miners pointing out relative content on other platforms like YouTube? What do you mean, Magic Hut? I don't care. It doesn't bother me. It's misinformation. I'm finding some places Google's posted, but you go saying it's a flap track. Jock, the point that I'm trying to get at, dude, is that I don't really. Okay. Why are you mounting your engines using, you know, they have two plates like this, the aft lug and the forward mount and the aft mount, right? And they're lugs. And then there's clevises. Why would you put a clevis on like a spherical bearing on a clevis to mount an engine? That I'm not saying that I could do better. I just that's spherical bearings are not the right application of bearing for this. That's not the type of movement you want from an engine. Like, I remember something about this on an earlier incident. I recall something about being touted as an ease of maintenance thing. Sorry, we're in a little bit of a rabbit hole here. I understand that. We'll get back into Kerbal in a second. Yeah, see that? Yeah, that looks like it's on bushings. That's what I'm wondering. Why the hell would you use a spherical bearing there? That doesn't make any sense. It worked for what, 45 years? It's not a terrible design. I appreciate you asking, Magic Hut, but I don't care. You can link stuff. Hey, Liam, what's going on? I just wanted to say that you answering my question last night about New Glenn and SpaceX. I thought your answer was great. Yeah, no problem, dude. Well, I know the physics behind it. You have to deal with the rotational torque, but... Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So see how they have the stabilizer bar right here between the forward and aft mounts, dudes? See that? Between these these flanges right here, this allows for your movement, right? And then the aft mounts are on bushings. Why the frick would you use a spherical? Hold on. Let me just be absolutely sure that those are bushings and not a bearing. Hold on. We're looking for 54. Okay, good number. Two links are used to join the engine to the aft mounting. Specifically, each link 54 is joined at the end of the mounting frame. The two links are inclined from a tangent to the core engine casing in the vertical or axial plane in the opposite directions to one another. In this way, the link 54 straddle the core engine casing. 38 generally symmetrically with respect to the engine centerline axis. Each vertical lateral roll loads are thus reacted through links 54. See, I don't think that those are spherical. I don't think those are spherical bearings. Those look like bushings to me. Because that's, yeah, having two spherical bearings in line on the longitudinal axis of the engine doesn't make sense. That's a really stupid way to, I mean, it's not stupid. It's just, I mean, it worked. You guys are right. It worked for a really long period of time, but they may be elastometric bearings. I think you want no movement at all, right? Well, Jock, the engine is going to have some vibrations and then turbulent forces. You need some play in your pylon because the whole wing flexes, right? The pylon the engine has to be able to move around. It's like think a car engine. A car engine is usually on rubber bushings. Even an electric motor in a car is on a bushing. It's on a bushing to allow for movement. Just a little bit, or vibrations and stuff. It gets dampened out through the bushing. I can only imagine that an airplane engine is not that far off. I mean, high bypass turbofans don't really vibrate a lot, but you still need to have some play because the component that it's attached to, the wing, is designed to flex like crazy. And you guys have definitely seen videos of engines on airplanes in turbulent conditions where the motors are doing this. They're moving around just a little bit. So there clearly has to have some play. You know, my thing is okay, you have one spherical bearing, right? That'll allow the motor to move up and down, right? You have another spherical bearing on top of that. That's not doing anything. Two spherical bearings here and here are only going to allow movement like this and allow movement like that. And then there's a third spherical bearing behind it. You triangulated a spherical bearing. That makes no sense. How does it? Somebody said in chat that might be there for ease of maintenance. The spherical bearings would make the engine easier to install, right? Because, you know, it's using a clevis. Who designed this? Oh, Ryan got back to me. Hold on. It is, yeah, the 737 is using struts. This isn't exactly it. That's not exactly what it looks like. He showed me a picture what it looks like, and no, I'm not showing it to you. I'm pretty sure I shouldn't show that. It looks like this, guys. That's it. But that's not exactly what it looks like. This is probably abstracted on purpose. It looks somewhat like that. Yeah, the 737 engine's mounted on struts. It's on struts. It's like this. See struts? See that right there? Even in this design, right? That strut allows for the engine to wiggle this way, which is what's going to happen. It's going to wiggle this way. And then the bushings here and here, because the bushings are parallel to each other on the longitudinal axis, that allows for up and down movement. Having two spherical bearings here So 2 spherical bearings here and then another spherical bearing here, if the engine is pointed that way, is not dude, no wonder these things are cracking. There's nowhere for the vibration stress to go. Dean, I'd have to go looking around. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Dean, I got permission from Max to show those pictures. I'll show them for Space News. I want to get back to playing Kerbal. We can talk about this more during Space News. Let's get back into finishing up the crane struts, dudes. Hang on, I just got to type a message out to Ryan. Give me 1 second. I'm just talking to Ryan real quick. Ryan knew exactly what I was talking about. I just asked him how the 737 engine was mounted, and he was like, yeah. Cool. Dude, I didn't know Andy Weir got his other book, Hail Mary, as a movie. Yeah, dude. The photos you didn't show, the still frame of the plane, show the front mount failing first. The engine flipped up over the wing. Trey, wouldn't that be the aft mount failing first? As in Ryan from NSF? I'm talking to Ryan Weber. Yeah. Mm-hmm. He's an AMP. Ryan is an airplane mechanic. But not like working on Cessnas. He works on stuff like this. See the struts, dudes?
Hello, buddy. Wrap to side chat.
Wrap to side chat. Okay, cool. See the struts and everything? They allow for play. The struts allow the engine to move around. See how it's a Clevis strut, not a Clevis mount. Thank you for linking this, Cyborg. Ryan was telling me that the maintenance task to detach the engine on a DC-10 was so stupid that it was easier to take out the fifth. It was easier to just undo the pylon instead of the engine. Oh my god. That's what I'm talking about, dude. Ryan's telling me airlines started taking, to perform maintenance on DC-10 engines, they started taking the engines off with the pylon still attached to it because it was easier to detach the pylon from the wing than the engine from the pylon. Oh boy. And then they reinstalled it with a forklift. Why? And this goes back to what I'm saying. Why the frick would you install engines on Clevis spherical bearings? That makes no sense. That's so strange. How did it, okay. Forgive me, I have the benefit of hindsight here, considering a plane crashed, right? Dude, that's the stupidest way to mount a freaking airplane engine. Why would you mount an airplane engine like that? Call me crazy, but I'm pretty sure those engine mounts were not designed to hold up the pylon. Yeah. And how heavy were the original engines compared to what's there now? They were bigger engines. Yeah, bigger motors. That's stupid because you'd notice issues with the engine mounts if you'd notice issues with the engine mounts if you needed to replace the engine. So there are levels of stupid with this aircraft. Seriously, Bright, guys, do you know? Okay, so everybody, like, if you know a little bit about airplanes, dude, everybody knows that when Boeing merged with McDonnell Douglas, you get that penny pinching corpo nonsense, right? And Boeing hasn't really been the same since, right? This is that. This is what people mean. That is such a stupid way to mount that motor that people thought it easier to just pull the entire pylon off. If you pull the entire pylon off, you're never gonna inspect the motor mounts. And if you never inspect the motor mounts, you don't know if they're cracking. Again, I never worked on this aircraft or others that big. This is what I'm talking about. When people point to this penny pinching, letting finance, masters of business run your airline company, or run your airplane company, this is the kind of stuff that's this cost control measure crap. This is the kind of stuff they're talking about. That's not okay. Yeah, Boeing isn't Boeing nowadays, Aqualux. It's McDonnell Douglas with a Boeing skin suit. You're right. Oh, I got more from Ryan. Oh, for the love of... All right, Redbeard, what's up? Apparently Blue is already processing NTMTO ahead of her next flight. Okay. I think you're right. They plan to fly they plan to fly the Flight 1 booster on Flight 3. Yep. Ryan just told me something that I... Okay, so here's what he said. On the 737, to remove the engine, you take off the fan cowl, 3 pins, open the TR sleeves, take off the thumbnail, which is just latches, about 30 bolts to take off the inlet cowling, and then disconnect about 15 lines. And then 8 bolts and the engine is out. And then you set it down. That's the other thing. That strut design, you just undo the strut and the motor comes down. And when you're installing it, you could attach the strut first and then rotate the engine up into position. It allows for easy install because it's a strut that's on the long axis that allows movement like this to allow the engine to move around, right? Now here's the part you guys will like. Remember how we were just talking a second ago about how Boeing isn't Boeing, it's McDonnell Douglas with a skin suit? Listen to this. To take out the LEAP engine on the 737 MAX, you have to roll the engine a bit to get it to clear and roll it out because the clearance to the ground is so small. So instead of just moving the engine up and down, you have to roll it into place and then move it up. They should put the plane on jacks. I got nothing. I got nothing, dude. That's the dumbest thing. That's so stupid. All right. Okay. So, Aqualux, there's this plane that Boeing designed right before they merged with McDonnell Douglas. There's this plane that they designed that was designed to replace the 737. You see that? See that one right there? Yeah. You know what's funny about that plane? Look at how high the engine is off the ground. Hey, Super Heavy. Or just dig a hole. Ephemeral, I like 737, 738, and 739s. 738 is, in my opinion, the last really awesome plane that Boeing made. 738s are fine. It's one of the safest airliners ever made. In fact, 737 is pretty good in its own regard, but I can't believe that, dude. You know, it's very interesting to me, guys, seeing like SpaceX and stuff, right? And how the engineering just makes such perfect sense. Like Raptor 3s are really easy to install on Super Heavy because they're going to be flying a lot. They're really simple to put up in there. Anyone can, it doesn't take much education to teach somebody how to put that thing in there, right? How to put an engine in. SpaceX is hiring technicians left and right for this exact reason, because it's not too big of a deal. Put that thing in there and attach some hoses and you're good to go. That's part of the reason why Raptor 3 is so damn simplified. Now, two things. Does that mean that Raptor 3 was easy to make? Hell no. Just because it's easy to put it in doesn't mean it was easy to engineer. And two, they engineered it that way because SpaceX wants to fly these a lot. So Raptor 3 is going to see a lot of action. It's very interesting to me in my mind going from that and seeing this. Now, I'll tell you what, fellas, engineering principles haven't changed much in the last, like aerospace engineering principles haven't changed much in the last like 50 years. In fact, ever since planes started flying, it's pretty much been this way. Like, you have to take this stuff into account. Like, that move it, like something as simple as like taking the engine out and putting it back in is going to be something that's going to that's going to be something that's a pain in the butt. Did anybody like at McDonnell Douglas when they designed this ever stop and like think like maybe we shouldn't do this way? Like, nope. Yet you have something like an entity like SpaceX nowadays that's going to put something like this around, and dude, it's not going to fly. Like, they're not going to put people on it unless they're absolutely sure. Like, they're going to test it till the thing breaks. You know, like, like, you see something like that with McDonnell Douglas, like, it just, once again, triple spherical bearing mounts? What? Why think about easy engine replacement when you could save a few bucks per plane? Yeah, Rarest, that's what's interesting to me. You know, why think about engine replacement when you could save a few bucks per plane? That is letting cost drive your engineering. The problem, now, I understand that projects can't go over budget. Like, you have budget and stuff. This stuff takes time, etc., etc. But the thing about having cost drive your budget is that physics doesn't give a frick how much the plane costs. Your driving stakeholder expectation here with building a passenger plane is that that passenger plane can be used a lot. Without rapid turnaround on your passenger plane, you failed at one of your own engineering stakeholder expectations. I want to build a passenger plane that's really long range that can fly a lot. If you want it to fly a lot, you're going to have wear items. Wear items because of physics. Oh, nice, Bright Shiny. That's cool. Like, yeah, you can save a couple of bucks on unit price, but cost cutting comes after baseline optimization in engineering. Like, what? You don't try to cut cost on the design. That's stupid. Like, build something great and then figure out ways to reduce cost, because at the very least you built something great. Yeah, the plane might be expensive to maintain, but it works and it's not going to kill anybody. Yeah, can't change the laws of physics, Tessa. Like, you can't optimize around the laws of physics. You can't cut costs comparatively to the laws of physics. It just doesn't work that way. Because you can't break the laws of physics. They're inalienable. Like, a 737 toilet is $10,000. An oven is $20,000. You'd utterly hate my job industry. Bob, this is why I don't. This is why I stay streaming. This would drive me up the wall. It would kill me. In fact, I've gotten fired from jobs because the optimization was so bad I actually couldn't take it anymore. Yeah, I got fired from working at a copy and print shop a long time ago because the way they were doing things was so ridiculously stupid that I actually couldn't do it anymore. I ended up cursing out my manager and the general manager. Yeah. And then I got fired. Oops. So, popular copy. If it was popular copy, I probably would have excelled. But I just... Yeah. You can't cut costs on something that hasn't been designed yet. This is always, I think, a critical mistake that we see. You try to cut costs during development. Well, if you're trying to cut costs during development, that means your budgeting for this project wasn't good in the first place. That means the people that declared stakeholder expectations for whatever engineering application you were doing drastically misunderstood them and do not understand them correctly. You're punching above your weight class. That's what I'm trying to say. Anyway. Let's finally build these legs. I don't like this design. It looks like it's going to snap. The crane is good though, yeah. Inefficiency considerable in some respects. Inefficiency gives more people jobs. If you make something better, it gives more people jobs, dude. I don't get it, man. I just don't get it. Yeah, that's just so sad because that motor mount design on an MD-11 is dumb. Like, dumb. That's like, I mean, it's like mounting a car engine on ball bearings. Like, what are you doing? Like, but ball bearings don't dampen vibrations. What are you, spherical bearings don't dampen vibrations. That's not the right application. Like, it's not even the right application for that. That would be like you getting into a car, right? And grabbing the steering wheel, and the steering wheel is a bicycle tire. It's like, that's... I mean, I guess it's the right shape, but it's also a bicycle tire. Like, that's weird. I don't think they do 95. Yeah, Aqualex, I don't know. Gary's Mod Engineering. Yeah, dude, exactly. I don't know. How do you guys think that one looks? You probably hate working on BAE 146s. Lots of weird designs and unnecessary complications. Yeah. You're not wild about the cross struts? Yeah, me neither. Let's try this. I don't mind that. I think that's fine. Let's go with this. Grip pads? Yeah, I don't... It's the mass. Mass is a problem here, 95. Yeah, this is fine with me. I'm good with this. It looks like an I-beam now. Are you doing a dedicated Space News segment today or just powering through with KSP? I think there is a lot to talk about, dude, but I'm a little bit behind schedule because we've been talking about airplanes. So I'll probably start Space News a little bit later than I normally do because I want to get stuff done here. How about using the curved flags and make a tube-looking thing? Yeah, I don't want structure here more than anything, Big Zig. Can we move the flags out just a smidge more? What happens if we move them out one more? Oh, yeah. Yeah. There we go. Now, this open concept makes it look good. You know what? If we triangulate... Here, hold up. We won't do a cross strut, but what we can do is some triangulation here to make this look... like an actual truss segment. There we go. Hey, Battle. What are the arms for? Casters. I'm good, Aqualex. Maybe we'll talk more about that during like Space News or something. From AI, McDonnell Douglas designed these bearings to work in unison with fuse pins. The logic, in the event of a severe crash or a wheels-up landing, you do not want the heavy engines to rip the wing apart as the wings contain fuel. Ruptured fuel tanks lead to massive fires. But they're not using a shearing pin. It's a spherical bearing. That's not going to... Use ladders extended instead? It's actually the perfect length, Sea Kraken. Huh. I just accidentally clicked that one out of symmetry. I'm worried that that ladder might clip outside of the fairing, though, dude. All right, well, if we're gonna do that, then let's put the struts back down here, and let's do a cross brace there. I do want to have the struts there because this needs to be reinforced, Right, because I don't want this sagging at all. But I like it, dude. That's good. I would ideally want it there, but once again, that means when we fold the legs up, they're going to be clipping outside of the fairing. Loopy, I'll go through the con ops for this in a second, dude. I gotta get the yeah, I gotta get this. And it gives you something to climb when it tips over. Oh. What a nice thing to say. So helpful. Now get over here and revive me. Get a better KD, man. No, I'm just kidding. Only a little. Yeah, the only thing I don't like about this, dude, is that it's going to clip. The smaller deployable ladder is not... Yeah, I don't like that. It's not long enough. For the base of the ladder on the other end. I mean, that's not a collidable part. It's just, yeah, that's not the collidable part of the ladder. I mean, it'll look a little goofy coming out the side of the fairing, but... See, that's the kind of part clipping I don't really want. We could... Reading the report, and who thought putting a petroleum recycling plant off the end of the runway was a good idea? I have no words. Flip the ladder 180 degrees. That's just going to make it clip out the top of the fairing. Now, another way we could do it is to have the ladder down here. But if we do that, yeah, the ladder is not in a... It's not really needed for Kerbal operations, but... I like it, but I don't want it clipping. It's a good idea, though, guys, but... I'm just gonna go with this. I've been staring at this for too long. We'll work on some other system here and go. I mean, this... Problem with all these dang flags is that it's 32 extra parts because we have 8 flags per leg, 4 legs total. Whatever, it's fine. All right, let's get into the cal controllers and let's get programming. Well, programming this as best we can. So the first thing we need is the outrigger jack controller. Let's go here. Outrigger jack controller here. Target extension. Target extension. Over here, I want just maximum extension. Copy, paste. And actually, I'm going to do a little bit of implementation here. What I'm going to do is... Yeah, okay. I got it. Hold on. I need to just think about it for a second. Go here. Target extension. Go there. Target extension. Now that'll make all of them go because they're in symmetry, but... Yeah, alright. That's going to be the way that's going to have to work. So that should move all the jacks forward and back. Cool. Yeah, exactly, Loopy. That's what I'm thinking, you know. We'd have to break them out of symmetry and rebind them to the cal controller. For right now, I'll just do course control with all of them. But we could do leveling here, presumably with these as well, if we really wanted. Let's just make sure our traverse rate settings are set correctly. I don't want this thing to move quickly. Good. Excellent. And then I'm going to set a grandparent strut. If we lock this motor out and we set that to grandparent strut, that should strut to that. The jack should strut, auto strut to there. I'm just going to set them on grandparent, right? So if we're locked and the jacks are down, they will strut themselves to this piece. This looks like a Securitron. I see it. Alright, now I need another cal controller here. This is for wheel steering control. Wheel steering controller. All right, so now the wheels are all in 4 times symmetry, and that's not what I want. We need to remove them, the rotational controllers, from symmetry here. Now, if I want these things... Where's the front of the crane? That's the boom side. Okay, cool. So on this one, I'm going to put a docking port. I'm going to put a docking port on it, not because I really want anything to dock to it, but I need a control point, and the smallest docking port is your control point here. It's in the docking port section, EJ. Hello. I suppose we could dock something to it if we did that, but if we're going to do that, it would probably break something. Did you ever solve that solar panel issue you were having the other day with the pod? Or with the landers, Fangloriously? Yeah, I solved it. Alright, now on the other one... Here... we put the light. Cool. All right, so now rotate this thing back into position. I went to reach for my hat that I don't have on. That's good. We could do that, Blackness, yeah, but we'd have to test to make sure that the vessel hierarchy, docking vessel hierarchy and everything works correctly. We need wheel steering control, target angle. What's the current target angle for this one? This one is minus 45. Minus 45. Over here, minus. Okay. So if we input a value here, minus 45 at 2.4, and then minus 45 at 2.6, right? And then we take this slider on this side and go that way with it, and take this slider and go that way with it, right? If we... Yeah. Nice. But I don't like how 45 is the 0 there. That's not cool. I would ideally want this type of movement. We want it zeroed so we get equal rotation on both sides. So that means we'd have to turn this a little bit. I mean, in reality, this really only needs to be minus 90. 180 degrees of rotation on each wheel should be fine. I mean, technically 90 degrees of rotation on each wheel is fine. But I like it this way. That worked very well with Moon Palette. Yeah, Loopy, I'm happy with this. Yeah, I'm happy with what we got right here. Yeah, Alexei, I hear you. All right, so now I want to take this and I want to rotate it like that. There we go. What I'm doing here, guys, is I'm implementing control systems for this. I want to make this thing relatively easy to use. It's kind of the same kind of mentality that we've been doing here with the it's the same mentality that we've been doing with, like, what we were talking about. I'm engineering something and I want to make sure that it's easy to use. I don't want it to screw up at all. Now, if we rotate this one this way, and then rotate this one that way, and then reset that to 0. Like, when we're driving around, I want to make sure that all this stuff works how I want, and it's very simple to get the crane to move around and stuff. Target angle. Target angle. Okay. Good. All right, save. Now, the last controller that we're going to need is the jack height change controller. You know what? I'm just going to put the controllers up here because I'm worried about Kerbal ingress and egress. I want the Kerbals to be able to get out of this thing. There we go. Is the port attached to the wheels? It should be, yeah. It's attached to the rotational controller. Now this one is the outrigger height controller. Yeah, Loopy. Out of the gates, they'll be like this when we first go to integrate. I'm getting more into that in a second. So let's just make sure that our traverse rates are set correctly. I want 10 traverse rate there. This is the rate at which it moves. So let's do... You know what? Slow movement with the crane is fast. Slow, smooth, smooth is fast. So let's go 5. All right, outrigger height control. Now, I want this thing to have a target angle and this thing to have a target angle, right? And when this cal controller is zeroed, I want this controller to be right there. 0. Okay, and now I want this controller at the other end of this I want its maximum to be 55. So that one should just be -55. Boom. When the cow controller is controlling this thing, that's where it needs to be. Now, for this lower hinge, I want this one to be at 35 for its lowest value right here. This one needs to be 3.5 right there. Now, the high value on this needs to be 90. So now, what that does, see, when we're going to change the height, yeah, see what I mean? Now we can change this. I can either have straight outriggers to the sides like this, right? Or we can whoop, whoop. Now, the important thing here for this controller and the height, the outrigger controller is going to need to have a higher controller priority than the wheel steering controller. Obviously, there's not a scenario where I'm going to be changing the height and steering the thing around at the same time. I mean, might be able to get away with it. The other thing we could do is just screw with the friction control on the wheels, and then we won't have this problem. But ideally, we would really want the wheels to be like this. Hang on. Because when this thing is doing this, these are going to have to roll inwards. Fellas, that's a huge thing. We have to make sure that that works right. So the outrigger controller has to take priority, because if the wheels are turned forward to back and we go to move this thing, it's going to break the wheels. That's what happened last time. Yeah, I mean, Loopy, I suppose we could just enable disable, right? So we could have the steering controller just disabled in default, and I think that logically will work correctly. Now, I also have a set of manual inner jacks right here. I don't mind having those. I want those on an individual controller as well. Cool. And then that's the stowed position right there. So lock those out into the stowed position. Could you do legs with a joint in between for better interaction? What? I had another one. I just didn't really... I had another joint in there. I didn't like it. It was fine. This is fine. And the crane itself is going to be entirely manual with no cals for the boom and counterweight and such. Yeah, Loopy, I don't know how we would automate that with cals, you know? Okay, the battery power in there is good. Fuel cells are good. Yeah, and I put a probe core on this thing. And I'm not sure if the original moon crane had a probe core, but okay. And as always, guys, you know, we could do the analysis on what it's like, you know, the weight on this thing, on the moon, on Minmus, etc., etc. The way I see it is that if it works on Kerbin, it'll probably work on the moon, Minmus, Duna. It'll work on Gilly. It'll work on Ike. It will not work on Eve, probably. It probably won't. It probably won't. It'll work on Drez, Botpole, Tylo, Lath, and Elu. I'm pretty sure it'll work on everything except for Eve, if it works here. Do you think that the New Glenn 9x4 can replace SLS completely? No. Mass? Total mass is 19 tons right now, but that's with the lander, so crane's 11.6 blackness. Will it work on Joule? No. Why would it work on Joule? If we put a transfer, if we put that little kick stage up here though, like that we're talking about, it'll probably get to 12 tons. It should still be in line for Condor to do an RTLS, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that's fine. All right, so oh, sorry guys. Yesterday was a long stream and I haven't been getting much sleep lately because of the long streams and stuff, but all good. I apologize for yawning so much. All right, let's go. Okay, so here we go. So we need to do testing. We need to test how this all kind of goes together. We need to make sure everything goes together right. And then we need to make sure that the crane can lift stuff with the controllers the way that they are. So in this scenario, okay, the probe core is facing the wrong direction, but I got like 5 hours of sleep or something. What do you mean 10th? All right. So steering controller is disabled. Outrigger jack controller is disabled. Let's go here and that is exactly why we do testing here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
The auto struts, despite being unlocked, just yeah, broke it. Mokum, did another Hearts of Iron patch come out? Okay, disable auto strut, unlock. All right, now let's outrigger height controller. There we go. We needed to increase time because they were moving. I didn't like how fast those things were moving. Yeah, Loopy, it's fine the way it is. I don't mind the transparency. It's fine. Those wheels are not... Fox's wheels aren't really designed for this. And they're definitely not designed to be forced down like that. We have to kind of come up with a little bit of a better procedure here for this thing. I'm gonna have to look around. Okay. Grandparent strut, unlock. Unlock, no grandparent strut. So what I'm gonna do here is just... Okay, differential traverse rate is not great. Yeah, Xerax, that's what I'm trying to figure out. What point do we undock the crane? You know what I mean? So what I think we should do is this. Let's put this thing down, right? Wait till the wheels get close to the ground. Ish. That's fine. Right there is good. All right, so... Now move the traverse rate, so the rate at which these things move them all to the lowest value. Second lowest value. Okay, so let's lock this for this, lock that. Now these are gonna grandparent strut. Now that those are strutted into position, now put the jacks down. Move the damping controls. Okay, undock from the lander. Now the outrigger jack controller, I'm gonna set that to a 15-second controller, reverse it, and now we set them down. Setting the wheels down vertically like this will make this better. It should be easier, they shouldn't pop. Oh, that's right, we're not in a position here to... let ourselves down. A strut left to right, Loopy? Yeah, maybe. We shouldn't necessarily need that if this is working correctly. I'll lower these down very slowly. If we lower this slowly and we load up the wheels slow, they shouldn't strike as much. Got it. Okay, cool. Now, disable that controller. Enable the steering control. Set steering control. Control from here. Brakes off. Okay, we're a little hung up on the lander. That's no problem. Are we getting stuck on the flags? We are. Huh. Well. Yeah, we're getting stuck on the flags. See if we can raise the stance a little bit. Give us enough clearance, perhaps. Nope. Well, that's a good thing that we figured out. Oh. Spin it? Spin it. Not sure if that's going to work. It's the flags. The flags are getting in the way, dudes. But we did solve the problem of loading up the rover wheels. That's no big deal. 3X won't have this problem. Can you retract the lander's pistons a little bit? I don't want to do that. We're designing the crane right now, RJ. I don't want to mess with the lander. Yeah, you're right, Aqualux. 3X probably wouldn't have this problem, but I want 4 because of the crabbing, because of being able to crab. Like, you can crab with 3, but then you could rely on robbing yourself really easily. I don't want to do that, especially if the crane's moving around with stuff. Nah. I didn't think the flags were that collidable. Now, hold on. Let's test something. Set my wheel steering controller to there. Now, take this leg, remove it from symmetry. Yeah, that didn't do what I wanted. How's KSP? Good. All right, recover. Can you lower the landing legs? I don't want to modify the descent module design right now, Mutter. If I'm modifying the descent module right now, could modify it in a way that could screw up something else. You know, I'd prefer to design around it, if that makes any sense. TBNR, you installed KSP yesterday. Good, it's a good game to learn. It's very fun. I'm building cranes so I can build a construction site on the moon and Minmus. So we once again have to go in here and mess with the legs a little bit. Yeah, I know what you mean, Butter. I got you. So the first thing that we saw was set that to 30 seconds. There we go. That'll help with our traverse rates. We also had differential traverse rates here. Set that to 0.11. Set that to 0.11 with no damper. There we go. That fixes that problem. Now, I see the mistake that I made. I didn't set those to the right rotations that I tested last night. That's where they were before. And that raises it up a lot more that we should have the clearance, Clarence. Because that will get us right. Lander will probably be somewhere in this area here. You know, or something like that. And if we do that, I mean, I still think it's going to clip a little bit, but yeah. Swinging the counterweight. Oh, yeah, that could work too, Aqualex. I'd prefer this. I'd prefer this though. I'll explain why later, in a little bit. That's what I'm thinking, Luffy. Yeah. Son of a face. You know what? You know what? Whatever. Just have. That's fine. You should add knees to the crane's legs question? No, I'm good. Knees aren't going to fix the problem, the current problem that we're having. Come on. Hi, by the way. How are you? Man, that ladder would be... That ladder was a good idea. That would look really good here. Yeah, Novacon, the weight is why. Good, thanks. Enjoying the show? Cool. Cool. Yeah, Luby, that's fine. I don't mind that. That's okay. Actually, have them... These ones can even get away with that. So I just saw DC-35 over your house. It sounded amazing. Cool. Let me check something. Actually, panels aren't the worst solution here, dudes. I actually kind of would prefer it. They just look a little more structural. This thing looks flimsy as hell with those things. And so panels are only they're 2 kilograms. Or is that 20? It is 20. So what? That's 400 kilos? That's it? That's not bad. I honestly think that the flags are cool, but this with the struts, I think will look way better. Yeah. The grip strips are 78 a pop, and we'd need 2 of them. Yeah. Why not fuel lines? fuel lines aren't structural. I actually want the struts. The struts aren't there just to look nice. They're there to actually help hold this thing together. I don't have the smaller grip strips, Loopy. We don't have them unlocked. Not sandbox. Not sandbox, buddy. Beacons on the end of each outrigger, so no Kerbal drives into them. No, you get the big ones first because reasons. You know, that, sure. Why not? Hey Jack, does anybody have any idea why I don't have part variants for things like fairings in KSP? I have mods, but none of that I didn't. Do you have the DLCs? I believe fairing textures came with making history. It's got to be a mod that's doing that, Jack. Not that I didn't have previously and I had variants there. Did you install any new mods? Anything? What did you do different? Is it installed on a new computer, old computer? What was the order that you installed all your mods, etc., etc.? Good night, Wartos. Okay, the other thing I'm thinking, guys, is I could just put another hinge right here. Here, let me show you. If we doubled up the hinges, right? I have one here, and then I have another one right there. And then we have the other one, you know, if we put it right here, it has to be right there. And then have that do the same thing. That should give us the clearance. And we could probably go back to using the flags. I think it might be close. The other thing is we could just go with this. But even this is barely making it work. The lander's landing legs are not designed to be retracted after landing, Blackness. Any reason why you just don't extend the legs of the crane? Bearing clearance is pretty much our driving thing here. EJ's got to make things difficult for himself because reasons. Yeah, I know you're just giving me crap, and yeah, that's really funny. Also, I'm trying to teach people how to work within stakeholder expectations, Tessa. That's the whole idea here. It's very unlikely that you would redesign the fairing of a rocket, particularly in terms of length, for one payload. There are times where lengthening fairings have worked. Some rockets have different types of fairings on purpose. But with our Condor rocket, we're trying to keep costs down. We don't want like 6 different variants of that dang thing. I want my Condor 9 rocket I want to be able to put whatever I want in there and it'll go. You don't want to change the fairing on a vehicle. Changing the fairing really screws with the aerodynamics, in Kerbal and in real life. Now, we're developing the Moon Crane right now. So I prefer to change the Moon Crane's design, but the Moon Crane still does has some constraints here. One constraint is fitting inside of the fairing. I want it to be able to fit inside of the fairing of the rocket that I know works. The reason why is because I don't want to have to go redeveloping a launch vehicle around this particular payload. Because that takes time. I'd rather spend the time now to make this work and find a novel solution to this than going and making sure this is fine and then having to redesign a launch vehicle around this. Does that make sense? It's not just me making it hard on myself. No, I don't need to do that in KSP anymore. I play nowadays the way I play the game is to be able to explain the stakeholder expectations of what's going on. I don't want to change my fairing because that means I have to redesign a launch vehicle. That means we have to retest it. A Kerbal certified launch vehicle. I don't want to do that. That's a dumb idea. So, I also don't want to redesign my descent module. The descent module that I know works. Now, we do need to make some changes to it with RCS for the mission operations with this, but Oftentimes, when you have a payload that's designed for a specific purpose, like this thing needs to be able to get to the moon, it needs to be able to get off of the lander. If we can't do any of those things, everything else is a waste of time. Right? Does that make sense? So, I don't want to redesign my descent module because then I have to go redeveloping that too. That's more development time. That's more time in the SPH. I'd rather take the time now to make sure that this works and make it jive with the already engineered equipment that I have, which is what you would do in real life. A case in point here would be Starlink satellites. Starlink satellites are specifically designed to fit inside of Falcon 9's fairing. Falcon 9's fairing existed way before Starlink satellites. Rather than trying to reinvent their fairing for Falcon 9 because they want to be able to launch it a lot, SpaceX made the satellites fit in there by flat packing them. That's a payload that was specifically designed around the constraints of a fairing. Does that make sense? Does the crane need to move off the lander? The way we did it before, Shaw, was that the crane could VTOL off of it with rocket engines. The thing about that is that one of the times I was doing that, I VTOL'd off with the crane and tipped it over and blew it up and wasted a crane. This way uses the ground, which is always there. I'd prefer to do this. Yeah, Loopy, exactly. Do we really want to add another hinge point there for this? I'm not really sure I want to do that. Let's test this design. I'm happy. Let's try this one. Check something. Lasagna here for breakfast. Cool. All right. Let's try this again. Unlock that. Unlock that. Undo the grandparent strut. Undo the grandparent strut. Ready? Set out rigger position to 0. Okay, we're set to the 0'd position. So now We lower this down. Yes, Jack, I did. I built robotics out of a bunch of different things. I was notorious for doing that back in the day. Okay. Little hairy, but it made it. I could probably be a little bit better about doing that right. All right, pause for a second. Now, reset the controller, set that back to reverse. Set the standard jacks down. Actually, don't do that just yet. Actually, yeah, I do want that. Lock those in position. And up. Okay. Weight is off that. There's no load on that. Lock that out. Lock that out. Hang on, I'm just checking something. I want to make sure that we don't, this doesn't deflect at all. Deflection is how it's going to drift. We don't want that. So go here, unlock that, go to the outrigger controller. And set that to basically exactly 0. Okay, now put that forward. Cool. That's good. Shem, you couldn't retract the landing legs after you detach, or can you? Those are not designed to be retracted. I never designed them that way. They're designed to open once and then lock. I never tested whether that thing could stand up with the robotics unlocked. And I don't want to, because they're a one-time deployment, dude. Just like any other lunar landing leg. That was my solution previously, Andrew. I didn't like it. I ended up flipping a crane. Yes and no, Terminator. Struts are definitely doing better at not making those things move around as much. They still are deflecting a little bit, though. We can make double-story structures. That's right. How did you refuel vehicles on the surface in your old save, and how do you plan on doing it in this one? I believe it or not, Pigsig, we didn't play the career mode enough. We never got that far in that career mode save where I had to worry about refueling RDMs back on the ground. We always refueled them on orbit. I was working on building the modular landing pads to do that. Basically land the RDM, pick it up with Moon Crane, place it on a servicing stool, right? Robotic arms move it into position. It docks, right? Refuel it by plugging a fuel line into this processing stool, I guess, and yeah, go from there. That was at pretty much the maximum limits of this thing. Oh, damn. That lander's fully fueled. Wait. It's like, dude, that's like 7 tons of lander. It wasn't fully fueled when we did the tests last night. Wow. Okay. Let's get slick. This is probably going to make a tip. Okay. Yep. Yep. Yeah, it didn't like that. Crap. Well, good test. You could make the legs of the crane longer. You could make them one longer to fit over the lander so you don't bump it when trying to wheel away. Fairing constrained zombie. User suggested one, could you use one cal controller that controls the positions of all the outriggers and numerically edit the extended position in flight for fine control? Yeah. We probably don't want to be working with a fully fueled lander, guys. Let's, the lander is most likely going to have like a half tank of gas. That was the real big issue there. Mutter or test with moon gravity. Yeah, we could do that, but I don't. Ever since I did hack grav in a Kerbal save one time, and it screwed up all the orbits of everything around me because I reverted with hack grav on. I don't use it anymore. I really want to see what that base is going to look like for that contract. There'll be modular components that this thing can pick up, Fox. It probably is going to end up looking something like this. Yeah, I'll assemble it in pieces. Yeah, that's probably not the most cost-effective way to get the best bang for your buck here for paying out that contract, but it makes it so I can just attach new parts to bases, etc., etc. You okay? I'm getting a little bit annoyed that Mooncrane is taking this long. I didn't want this thing to take this long. The whole day today I'm running behind schedule, but it's all right. There's a lot of awesome space news that I want to talk to you guys about. So, a lot of good stuff. It's a contract mission, Carbon. It's a big contract mission. It pays out $500,000. You need a facility supporting 11 Kerbals, mobile processing lab, has to have a cupola, 3 pilots, and it has to be on wheels. Yeah, it pays out $500,000. So I'm using that funding, basically. I'm going to use the funding from that contract, the payout when we complete it, to basically develop this thing. And when we get another one of these contracts down the road that's like, oh, we need you to build something on the moon, this whole architecture will work just fine. Just do it. More missions in the future. And part of that is just making sure that this thing can just get off the lander and then we can lift stuff up with it. That's all. It must be fully assembled when launched. I know, Baron. I saw the patch notes. Fully assembled when launched only means no EVA construction, Loopy? Oh. Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, that should be... Yeah, we should be able to do it this way, if I'm recalling correctly. I don't know anymore, maybe. Well, tomorrow's the last stream before Bree and I go take a trip to Michigan, Tessa. So I really wanted to get this done today. So the week after next, we can work with this damn thing. You can do a piston engine in Kerbal. We're driving, Jim. Alright, yeah, Tessa, you're probably right. The crane should be able to lift the lander up. The only reason why it didn't is because the lander was fully fueled. Now, the lander weighs about 7 tons, so that would be that crane lifting a 7-ton lander on Kerbin is the equivalent of lifting a 42-ton lander on the moon. So, yeah, I think that's fine. That was a pretty good stress test. We'll do checkout for the crane in December, guys. Yeah, that's good. This is fine. All right. I'm going to take 5 here. We're going to do some space news. I'm pretty happy with Moon Crane. Moon Crane is fine. It'll work. This will do its job. I'm pretty sure we can get that thing off of the lander. That's not an issue. It is a little bit tight, but the tolerance is a little tight, but we got it. It's not a problem. I can always just move the wheels down a tick. That'll do it. You know, that'll definitely get it done. The technical reason why every part is a launch ID. Every launch increments the ID. When accepting contracts, it notes the launch ID. For a new craft contract, all parts need an ID greater than the ID of accepting the contract. Floating parts and parts from payloads have a launch ID of 0. All right. Cool. I'm going to be back in a little bit, guys. What I will do is turn on a video on the Twitch stream side of things while I go grab something to eat. On YouTube, that's going to do it for part 29. I didn't get as far as I wanted to today. I wanted to start launching this stuff, but it's okay. Moon Crane needs a little bit of additional checkout time, which is, yeah, it's all right. It's fine. I just want to make sure that that thing works before we go send one out to Minmus and have it not work. You know, you don't want to go through all that dang effort of doing that. So, yeah. I'll be back in about 30 minutes. It's just a little bit past 5. We'll be back around half past. YouTube, you're going to have a momentary loss of signal. Twitch, I'll just put on a video. So, thank you for watching. I know we did a lot of talking about airplanes today, and because of that, I didn't really get as far as I really wanted to, but yeah. We'll, the next Kerbal VOD will probably be December. Once again, the week of the 23rd through the 29th, I am in Michigan for a little while. But once I get back here on Monday, December 1st, we will, we'll start. Yeah, I want to keep power grinding streams through December, just like what we did this week. I want to do that. All the drama, hopefully, Jeb willing, is behind us. So, real life events for me have been keeping me from streaming as much as I want. So yeah, I'll see you guys in about 30 minutes for Space News. There's plenty of stuff to talk about. Thank you very much for watching, and I will be back momentarily.